I retired at 60. He beat me by a little bit. At 60 every year.
Well, hello everybody from Dubai. This is the second day of the tournament. We played 4 rounds yesterday, so some players are 4-0. A couple of them are 4-0. They'll be on stream 1. Today I'm doing stream 2. This is Phil Simborg, by the way, from Florida and New York and elsewhere. A lot lately elsewhere. I have the pleasure of doing the commentary for a very exciting, interesting match. We've got 2 very, very fine players lined up for this match. Jørgen Granstedt, most people know, is the only player in history to win the World Championship 3 times from Sweden. A very, very fine player. Could you move away a little bit? He's a very, very fine player, and a really great guy, just a great ambassador for the game. Goes all over the world, and of course he hosts and runs the Swedish tournament, which is very, very exciting. I've been there. Sam Mitsutani lives in Tokyo, as you might guess. Sam retired from his company at a very young age of 56, which is incredibly unusual in Japan. And he retired to do nothing but play backgammon. I'm so excited that here's a Kiko. I played a Kiko this morning and I broke even. I feel like I won money. Good luck. Win your match. Okay, so Sam is married, has some children, and dedicates his life to just traveling and playing backgammon. He is a level M2 in BMAB. I think Jorgen is a grandmaster. I'll have to check on that. But he's certainly going to be, I would say, the favorite in this match. But in a 9-point match, when you've got two really fine players, it's anybody's call. If you're not familiar with the tournament format, you can win the tournament even with 2 losses. You can lose 2 matches and still win the tournament. So each of these people have 1 loss. So even if they lose again, they can still win the tournament. The finals is going to be on Saturday, and some people don't like this idea, but it's possible that someone with no losses could lose the single final match to somebody with 2 losses, and the one with the 2 losses wins the tournament, because it's going to be a 1-point match. I think that's great. It makes it more exciting. It's not fair in some respects to the player who went undefeated, so to make it more fair, they give him a lot more money. So he gets extra compensation for winning more, and I think that makes up for what some feel is unfair. If you were crowning the world championship, that might be a different story. It's more important who gets the crown. But here, you're playing for a lot of money, and the more you win, the more money you're going to walk away with. So I think that's a pretty good format. We are playing no dice on checkers. We're playing responsible moves, which means that if your opponent makes an illegal play and you like it, just keep your mouth shut and do it. I see Jorgen getting to the table right now, and Sam is there also, so we should be starting shortly. I'm watching the chat. If you have a comment, question, or suggestion, I'll try to catch it and try to respond to it appropriately. So I mentioned that I've been traveling a lot. I've got a lot of travel coming up. I'm absolutely going to make it to the Miami tournament in November. I'm also going to be at Cyprus doing commentary, and there's a pre-tournament in Cyprus I'll be playing in. Then I go to LA, where I'm going to be doing a lecture with Akiko. We're going to do a lecture on the Dublin Cube. Akiko and I took a nice stroll around Dubai this morning and talked about the lecture, and I think it's going to be very, very interesting, and it will be streamed. Alex Ischigian is going to stream it worldwide, and that will be fun. And of course, I'll be playing in the tournament as well. Then, of course, I go to the New York Open, the largest tournament in the United States, in mid-January. And I'm not quite sure of the dates of the Super Bowl. I usually go to San Antonio for that. But on February 15th, with my friends Perry and Lynn and Remy, I'm hosting a cruise from Fort Lauderdale, 7 days and nights, and the Caribbean cruise with lots and lots of backgammon. Should be a lot of fun. And if you want more information about the cruise, you can email me at phil@sim.org. It's my last name, phil@simb.org. It spells out my name. Isn't that cute? My son got that domain for us, for the Simborg family. And I will send you the link to the website. It's also on my Facebook page, and you'll find it'll be a very fun, interesting cruise. Sam?
I will take coffee for you again, and he can
Good luck, Sam. Have a good match. That was Sam, who you will shortly be seeing playing. I've seen him in tournaments for years. He is, of course, a very, very fine player, very nice guy. His English is very good, one of the better English-speaking Japanese people. Of course, Michi and Mochi speak very well. Kiko's not quite as fluent. Kenji is very, very fluent. Kazuki's pretty good. But they all read and write English very well. Some of them just don't speak it that well. And I don't take it personally, because I don't speak Japanese very well. So I hope they don't take it personally. All right, we're getting set up. 9-point match with a typical clock. 2 minutes per point of the match. On the clock, 18 minutes. On stream 1, we have a match of 2 undefeated players, Chris Rogers, and I can't see the other fellow's name, but he appears to have a nice long name, an Arabic name. There's a lot of people here from Iran. A lot of very, very fine players here from Iran. They have the strongest contingency. England has a very strong group. Germany has a strong group.
This is
We have some very fine players from the United States. Of course, Sweden, you have both Jorgen and Johan Morier, who won the World Championship also a couple of years ago. Oh, hey, here we go. This is Jorgen playing the white checkers at the bottom of your screen. You're trying to figure out the clock. You got to punch underneath it. There you go, underneath, to get it started and to stop it.
People just press here, and nothing happens.
No. They got it now. The light's going. It's a nice clock that you can put the cube on top of it, but it is a little bit more complicated to figure out at first. There's always a question here, do you make the ace point or bring 4 down? In this case, I would bring 4 down, but I can't fault him for making the ace point. I tend to like 4 down here if it doesn't. I make the ace point usually when I only have an odd number on the midpoint. I can't swear he made the right play or the wrong play. It's just not the play I would have made. That's a big slot. Wow. That's a really big active 6 that he just played down. Almost everybody would play out, I would suspect. And he really got away with this one, because double 5s doesn't touch anything. Makes the 3-point. And now Jorgen has a very good chance to buckle up and make the bar point or do some really damage here. That slot was really big, and he does. He makes it. What else are you thinking? What other 6 do you have in mind besides covering? He's wondering where his 4 is. I think he's got to slot the 4-point. It's either that or break the midpoint. I guess he's thinking about making the 2-point. And I would slot the 4. This is my play. I've spent quite a bit of time with Jorgen in Sweden and Monte Carlo. In Japan, we had a really great time together in Japan. He's just a terrific, fun guy, very sweet, nice man, and a great, great player. And you don't win the World Championship 3 times if you don't know how to handle pressure. This is kind of a nothing roll. If Jorgen can roll a 2 or a 9, he's got this game pretty much under control. And he's thinking about the cube. I think it's a little soon. He needs that 2 or the 9. Even a 4 works. Oh, double 4 works. 1. Make the 2-point and come down. Come in, bring 2 down. I'm tempted to make the 2-point here. This is a nice structure. I think you might get into a hitting contest right away, though. That's one of the reasons I would have leaned towards the 2-point, but this makes a lot of sense, of course. 3-2. He can pick and pass. He can hit loose. He can come up with the 2 and play a benign 3. Or is it a malignant 3? Depends on how you look at it. Yeah, now you only got 2 3s you can play. You can lift or you can go to the 3. I think you have to lift, because going to the 3 is just so horribly ugly. Of course, it's ugly anyway. It might be a cube for Jorgen after this roll. I would be thinking very seriously about the cube here if I'm Jorgen. Cube from the bar with 2 back versus 1 back. He didn't leave the shot, so there's a good reason not to cube. 9 numbers dance. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful roll. Come on, you make your 5 and your 2 point. Don't even think about it. And the 5 point. No. Oh, 2 on the bar. Maybe you do this. Maybe you do. Yeah, that makes sense. Now who's got a cube? Now it's a double because I'm not sure of the take. So Kenji, have you ever played these guys?
Yes.
Yeah, many times, right? Yes. Is Sam a friend of yours?
Oh,
Talking with Kenji, the father of Japanese backgammon, in my opinion. Or maybe now he's the grandfather of Japanese backgammon. I'm the grandfather, right. I like this cube. I'm sure about the double. I'm not sure about the take, and that's why I'm sure about the double. I would tend to pass it myself. I don't like it. And he passed. I agree. By 2 rolls before, I thought that Jorgen might have a cube from the bar, and he danced instead. What a quick turnaround this was. Certainly did like Sam's cube, and clearly had to be right. Standard slotting play. You always slot with the 2-1. You don't slot with the 4-1 and the 5-1 unless you're a gammon go or double match point. But the 2-1 slot, for a whole lot of reasons, is right. For one thing, you can cover with a 6, and if you get hit, you can come back in and hit back with a 6. So it makes the 6s work. Whereas with the 4-1 and the 5-1, the 6s don't go to work for you. They hurt you instead. You've always got to think about what happens if you roll a 6 from the bar. Because that's the one number that just doesn't come in when your opponent has a 1-point board. Okay. Jorgen's off to a great start in this game. And I again would be thinking about the cube here. I would think about it by asking myself, if I was my opponent, would I take or pass? Well, you got 10 checkers in the zone. No interboard points made on the other side. I think it's a take. Now the question is it a double? How do you lose your market? Double 4, double 6, double 2, double 1. 4-2 hits 2 and doesn't get hit back. Loses your market. Double 3s, probably not. I don't think there's enough market losers. I'm not sure. Because there's anti-numbers too. There's bad numbers that do nothing. Like a 5-3. Okay. Plays quietly out. I agree with the no double there. It looks like an easy take and not enough market losers. When it's a take, the only reason you're supposed to double if you think your opponent's taking is if you're going to lose your market too much. So that's why I always go to Rules's law first, and then I go to O'Hagan's law of market losers immediately after if I think it's a take. And if you don't know Woolsey's law and O'Hagan's law, then I don't think you can really consider yourself to be skilled at the doubling cube. Those are 2 things you really must learn, along with some other things, like great reference positions and how to roll well. Comes in and hits outside, and to me that seems like the natural play. I'm not sure what else you would do here. I guess you could play quietly behind him. The hit does give him back all 1s and 6s to hit back. He's probably going to get hit back if he hits, and he gives up the midpoint. So I can see the problem with hitting. You got a lousy game no matter what you do. So is this a double? Because any roll that comes in with a 1 or a 6 hits. I think that's too much. I can understand going behind. I can even understand slotting the 5 point, just giving him 1s. This seems like the right play. It's not sexy, but it seems right. And sometimes the simple play is the right play. What I call the pedestrian play or the quiet play. he can hit and cover, or he can just make the 9. I start with the hit and then decide whether I'm going to make the 9 or cover. I think you have to start with the hit, though, and I think I make the 9 point. I think it's just too goosey and too wild to hit and cover and open up your bar point. Yep, I make the 9 point. That's my play, and I'm sticking to it. Didn't hit at all. Okay, I can understand that. It was not my play, but I hit because it's so much fun to hit. You can't dupe the 5 to cover, so put the checkers where they want to be. That's Paul McGrill's dictum. Is dictum the word? The motto? Or saying? I'm not sure what it is. But Paul McGrill said it. He said he listens to the checkers and they tell him where they want to be and he puts them there to make them happy. I make the bar and bring the other one down. Give him a 7. This looks so easy to me, and obviously it's not. Of course, you are up in the race. You could just clear. This is my play. This looks so natural to me. You could just play for straight racing. If you did that, you'd play them all to there. Yeah, you play them all to the midpoint and clear the blot, and just take the race home. I would have made the first play pretty instinctively, and it's right to think about it, though. You might change your mind. This is my play. Jorgen shouldn't make that play. It's my play. This is very easy. I still don't see cube action yet. He's got too much work to bring those checkers home. I think it's still an easy take, and I don't see that many market losers. Well, Jorgen does not agree with me. Let's see if Sam agrees with me that it's a take. He grabbed it. I would not have cubed it. I thought it was a little early. Huh. If only he didn't have to play the 1. I'm tempted to come out here rather than destroy my board or give up the midpoint. I think coming out has to be right all the way. It's worth the risk of getting hit to save your position. Not a good place. Okay, he did come out. He made my play. Well, now I don't think you leave the blot. You lift the blot and bring your checker in. This is fairly simple. And this is why I thought the cube was premature. I think he still has to take now after 3 or 4 rolls. Now I know that's hindsight, and it sounds like I'm being an I told you so kind of guy, but that's who I am. I told you so. I don't think you should have doubled. But we'll see when we look at XG. And I certainly would not bet against Jorgen. It doesn't dupe 3s and 2s, but he sees the long view. If he leaves a shot later, and he probably will, the board would be even stronger. He got away with it. You got to take chances in this game. Risk and reward is what this whole game is about. Jorgen took a big risk and hasn't totally gotten away with it yet. He's going to have to leave him a 7. There are 6 ways to roll a 7, and all 6 ways play here. Nope, double, yeah, 4-3, 5-2, and 6-1. There was no way to leave himself a good double 6. You try not to leave bad double 6s when you're bearing in, but he had no way he could have played the checkers to avoid that problem. And you don't roll double 6s that often. You roll them 1 out of 36 times. So it was a beautiful cube by Jorgen, just like I said. And it certainly looks like it's working out. I take one off the ace and then think about the 5. If you're really going for the gammons, you take another checker off, but the odds of a gammon here are so small, Jorgen made the play that just clears easiest and safest. I don't see a bad roll here. Take the 5 off and 6-3. The only bad rolls now is 6-2. Only one bad roll. I've been tempted to run, maybe. Well, maybe you get some residual after the next roll, if you can stay. Yeah, he can stay, may as well. Now you got a couple of bad rolls, 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, but not 4-2. All right, it's going to be a simple 2-point game, pretty sure. Figures he can stay for one roll, and even if he misses, he can probably run off the gammon. And there are some shot-leaving numbers, 6-1, 5-1, 4-1, 6 numbers left shot. So I think he was clearly right to stay, because he can probably run off when he misses, which is what he's doing. You're going to get off the gammon anyway. Uh-oh. That's not really an uh-oh, I don't think. Now it's not an uh-oh at all. Now it's no matter what, he's off the gammon, and it's 2-1. Again, I want to look at the cube that Jorgen gave. And maybe the score, maybe could, I can't think the score. Losing 1-0 wouldn't change anything. I just didn't read the cube the same way he did. And he was probably right. I'm not here to tell you that he's wrong. I'm here to tell you that I wasn't sure about that one. So when your opponent makes the 2-point with a 6-4, you're not supposed to touch those back checkers unless you roll doubles or roll a 6. Otherwise, you're giving him, you're feeding right into what he wants to do, is hit you. With 1 up, I certainly make the bar here. 2 up, I would think about keeping him split. I would come in on the 4. Yep. You don't want to get stuck on the 24 here. And he doesn't really have much to shoot at you. Well, this is a fun, tricky one. I'm tempted to just run from the 24 all the way because you're up in the race. And he doesn't read it that way, but this could be right. This looks nice, but I think I'm up enough in the race to just run all the way. But he's got some good structure there. He's got some good blocking and priming going on, so there is argument for that too. Jorgen's taking a little chance here. He's volunteering a shot. He can hit with fives in both places, though. The fives are duplicated. So, again, Woolsey's Law, if you were Sam, would you take the cube? I mean, if you were Jorgen, would you take the cube? Sam should be thinking, if I were him, would I take? And the answer is, I'm not 100% sure. If you're not 100% sure, ship it. I like this double quite a bit. Because I honestly am not sure about whether to take or not. I would tend to pass this cube at this score, because giving him one more point at this score is not a big deal. At different scores, I would take this cube in a heartbeat. I think it's a pass. Yep, and Jorgen agreed. Good double, and I think a good pass. See, it's 7 away or 8 away. You have to win about the same number of games. Almost the same number of games to win the match with the cube turned, and that's what you sort of look at. I think he just gave up like 6% match equity by dropping that cube, and you could give up a lot more if you took it and lost, especially if you took it and lost the gammon. This seems clear to me. You don't make the 7 points sometimes with the double one if your opponent's split, but when he's not, you usually just make them both. 5 is good, and the split is good. Fortuitous roll, make it and split. Got to get those back guys moving. For 3 points on him. Oh, I think you do. I think you make the 3 point. Everything else looks a little bit stale to me. Is stale the right word? I haven't used that term for backgammon play. Could this be a double? I don't think it's quite enough. I think it's an easy take with those 2 checkers back. But you know what? I think this is double take. I think it. Because I could even justify a pass maybe here. That makes me sure I want a double. Makes the bar. Doesn't have that many numbers to make the 4 point or the 2 point, but he has a lot of numbers to make the bar and quite a few numbers to hit another checker. No, he didn't double. Okay. Played it conservatively. I make the bar and step up with the 3. And step up with the 3. He made my play. That way he's shooting at that other checker in the outfield. 2-6 is a great shot for Sam. Jorgen would like the same roll. Double 4. Not as good as a 2-6, but not bad. This is an ugly play, but every other play looks uglier. So that's what makes it the best play. It's not because it's beautiful, it's because it's not as ugly as the alternatives. This 5 almost has to come in. It almost has to come in into the 5 point. I don't see logic in anything else. He could come out, but why? Why is the question? Why is he looking around so much? I don't see too many options here other than just coming into the 5 point. Okay. Something about that play he didn't like. Well, this is hit and cover. And Jorgen saw it right away. So, has to be right. And if Sam doesn't perform, and he does perform, now the 5 is very clear. You come out. Come out wherever you are. You have no other 5. There you go. That's twice he took the wild on a plays I thought were forced. Jorgen flunks. By that I mean he did not come in with a hit. But he didn't dance. All right. He's thinking about another 6. I know what he's thinking. How do I take the cube, or what can I do that would stop him from doubling? That's what he's thinking. Is there a play that I can make that makes him feel a little bit of pressure or concern? Coming out has the potential of being hit and being able to make the 2-point and giving him a 2-4 back game. Coming down doesn't give him much of anything, but it reduces gammons. I certainly would think about the cube, and he thought about it and decided not to. I might have given that cube. Well, you make the 2-pointer clear. I like this play. 2-point leaves too many return shots with those 2 blots in the outfield. Maybe the race isn't good enough to double. Let's see. Should be up about 15% of the race. This is the big question I always have. Does that straggler back on the 23-point, is that good for Sam or bad for Sam? Is that good or bad for Jorgen? Is it a liability or an asset? It does make it harder for Sam to go past him, but it does give you more gammons if things go well. I believe I would take this cube. I think I have enough structure to cause some problems if I get a shot. And with the anchor, I don't think I get gammon that much. Only a 4-3 or double 4 would scare me about being pointed on immediately. No, Jorgen gave it up. Okay. I would have taken it. And if you want to bet money on it, I'll bet on Jorgen. The only 3-time world champion. It's hard to bet against him. Plus, he happens to be a great player. By some coincidence. I did the commentary in Monte Carlo when he beat my good friend Joe Russell. He had to win twice, come from the fighters bracket to beat Joe to win his 3rd world championship, and he did. And the first match he outplayed Joe. Joe was not feeling well. The second match they both played incredibly well. Joe, I think, played right around 3 PR, maybe a little less, and lost to Jorgen, and it was a very emotional and exciting match. And the two of them are good friends, very, very pleasant to each other the entire time. Okay, 4-6, in and out. That's it. Sam is a meticulous player. He actually takes a little bit of extra time on plays that I think are just so completely forced. I don't see how this could be a cube. I just don't see it. Now your opponent has no development. You do have position, race, and threats, but just not enough. First you cover with the 5, then you come down with the 4, or do you come up? I would come down here, I think. I would make my 9-point. What other 5 are you thinking about, Jorgen? What other 5 is there? So the only question with the 4 is, do you split or do you come down, make the 9? I like the 9. Okay, that's my play. Maybe Jorgen and I agreed on one play here. It's possible. Could be the first time. The only other logical 4 is, well, I guess you could play to the 5-point or split. That's a hit. It makes the bar or safeties. This is a dilemma. I tend to hit here. Making the bar certainly has merit. And just running to safety to me looks pretty ugly. So I'm torn between the hit and making the bar, and I tend to hit. Making the bar, though, is fewer return shots. It's only 3s back. The hit is 3s and 5s and 1s. Yeah, that's a lot of numbers. 5 numbers come in, 3 numbers hit. 5 times 3 is 15, doubled is 30. Take away some duplications. There's almost 30 return shots here. That's the off-the-bar hitting formula that I developed years ago with Bob Urquhart. It's a fast way to know exactly how many shots there are when you're on the bar. It's very helpful. Okay, that's a very big roll for Jorgen. If he gets missed, he's probably too good to double. If he dances, I think this is too good to double. He would play on for the gammon. He can cover, he can hit the 3. His opponent has no board. If you double, your opponent's passing. If you don't double, you have a good chance to win 2 points and win a gammon. So that's what we mean by too good to double. Now, if there is a sequence on the next roll where your opponent would have a take, you might not think so, but it looks pretty strong. Look, he could have covered or hit, and he chose the hit. With 2 up, it's very strong. I don't touch those back checkers. I'm all committed to playing on the Eastern Front. There's the 1. That's big. Keep in mind, Jorgen can always change his mind and double now. He still feels too good. Do you come in and hit? No. Made a good point. I can see why you wouldn't hit with no direct covers, and that's a really strong point. And the 6 comes down. I'll watch the live chat. If anybody has any comments to make, I'll be happy to try to respond. Okay. That's what I mean about holding that cube earlier. He felt if he wasn't successful in his blitz, he could always double later, double him out, which is what he did. Okay, 3-3. 6 away, 6 away. Close match. That could be his best roll. The double 6s is also probably a little better at that situation. Slot the 5. It's fewer shots than slotting your 6. I mean your 7. He's thinking about the cube. This seems early. It's awfully quick to be thinking about the cube. Position, race, and threats. He's got them all. That's an early cube, I think. I think it's an easy take. I would have taken it quickly too. Well, Jorgen got what he wanted. He wanted the hit or the cover of the 8 point, but the hit is really more important than making the 8 point. I don't think it's going to be a huge difference which one he plays, but I can see the logic of wanting to be on the 24 instead of the 23. That's a good roll for an anchor. A very important anchor for Sam. Yeah, I thought this double was a little early, but I thought Jorgen's double a couple games ago was early also, and he won the game easily. No, he had a little battle. Actually, it wasn't that easy. So Jorgen has been aggressive with the cube, and by the way, he has that reputation. People who know his game know he's not shy with the cube. And now you come down for the cover. This is a tricky 6. Do you come out or do you come down? I would come out. I don't want to strip my midpoint, and I want pressure on the outfield. But I can see why you would. You might. There's a lot of hidden covers by coming out. There's all the small numbers plus 6-1, 6-2, 6-3. I would have a problem with this play, knowing what's right. This would be a good lesson right here. Somebody give me this lesson. I think Jorgen's about to. You come down. Just too rich to come out there. The fact that he's given the cube might have a factor. It's a good roll. That was one of those hidden covers if he had come out. So he's happy he didn't, given that roll. All right. Jorgen is still clearly favored here. He's got 3 of his opponent's checkers back and 4 prime in front of him. This is pretty clear. You make the 4-point. Jorgen would like to get out of there. And he can't. He can't do anything except go to the 6-point, I think, which is what he does. Kind of a nothing roll for Sam. Do you come up with the back checker to try and get out of there and not have to give up your anchor? Or do you keep it back as an aggravator, as a catcher? That's the question for Sam. I think Sam's running out of time, though, and that tells me it's right to come up. So I would come up with the 2 and bring the 3 in. If he had more time on the other side of the board, more checkers to play with, he might stay back. But he's going to need that checker to run out and hold his board, I think. So that's my official, honest opinion. That could be wrong. We don't have an XG feed, and on the match number 1, on the other match, you'll see an XG feed, so you'll know right away what's right and what's wrong. You can't find out how wrong I am until later. Looks like Sam agrees with me. That's my play for all the reasons that I mentioned. Doesn't mean I'm right. I would keep going. I don't like to give 17 shots when I can give 11 shots. Plus, of course, the 6-2. But the 6-2, you're giving him either way. Oh, I see. If you move that 4, you're only giving him 17 shots. But why give him the 17 shots? Well, yeah, it's a 6-2 plus the 6-5. So you've got 11, 12, 30. It's 15 shots versus 17. I see now. It's not that big a difference in the number of shots. This is easier to bring home, though, if you get missed. He wouldn't have been hit with the other play. I told you the other play was right, didn't I? I like this play. It's a good time to split when your opponent's on the bar, because nothing bad can happen. All right, Sam has got the potential to take some control here. If he can roll small numbers, he's going to hit loose. Even if he can't point at him, he's going to hit with any 2, 3, or 8, or 10. No, 6-1 is not one of those numbers. In fact, it's a poor number. What do you do? What do you do, Sam? All you needed was a 2, 3, or an 8 to cause some headaches, and you couldn't do it. So you got to make the best of it. Always looking for a way to maximize your position. I think the 4-point is important, even though you're forced to leave a shot. So why not leave an ace shot? Oh, wow. That's 4s, 1s, and 8s. I would bring the checker in. I like this one. I would just bring my checker into the 5 point. There is merit to playing all the way to the 4 point because it dupes the ones, gives you a builder where you want it. You know, I'm starting to like that play. This play was awfully big to me. Awfully big. And he is going to be hit outside with only a few return shots. And that's not one of the return shots, but it's not a bad shot. It's going to make it a little trickier for Jorgen to bring this home. I was just going to say this is not an easy double holding game for Sam to hold very long. He has no spares to play with. Okay, cover and come to the 5. Sam wants to roll small here. He did. He rolled small enough. Cover and slot. Jorgen's got some spares to play with, though. He doesn't have to leave a shot. And he's not going to leave a shot. He's going to make the 2 point. Huh. Okay. I would make the 2 point, but I don't think it's a big difference. I'm not sure what the difference in the logic there is, but I know it's not worth worrying about. Okay. Jorgen needs to perform. 6-5 would have been a beautiful roll. Would have been. 4-2, he's going to have to break his prime or leave a couple blots in the infield. Looks like the couple blots is his choice. I agree with that. You'd like to have your 7 and 8 points to land on. So a 2-1 is the ideal roll for Jorgen. Oh, double 6. Maybe that's the ideal roll. Clear from the rear. Sure, clear from the rear. A point cleared is a point not to be feared. Bring them both in. Bring them both in. And don't roll a 6-3 next time, that's all. I can't see any other real bad numbers. Double 6 is also. Yep, 6-3 and double 6 are his only bogeys. All threes are tricky. Okay, double 6 is no longer a bad roll for him. Just 6-3. If he could just stay away from threes, he's fine. I would run. I would come out. You're only 6-2 leaves a shot, then you have to hit it. And if you do, your board is crashed because you're going to break it to stay. I would run. This race is not totally, completely settled. I think you have a better chance winning the race than you do trying to get that shot. Looks like Sam agrees with me. That's my move. One big double and you might be right back in this game, Sam, if he rolls a couple of 4s and misses. I like this play. Off the 5 point, people come off the 6 point too much here. And it means that you're going to waste if you roll a 6. Now you don't waste. You don't waste that 1 dot. Sometimes 1 dot makes the difference, especially in these kinds of race fights we have going on here. How many times have you lost by a dot and won by a dot? Happens a lot. So Jordan has helped him by rolling a couple of 4s. Now all that Sam has to do is roll those big doubles. He could be right in the game. That's why I liked this run earlier as opposed to staying. Still a big double puts him in the game. Not anymore. Now he's got to roll 2 doubles. And one of them better be very big. That's it. Game over. Okay. I like the cube action by Sam on that one. I thought it was a take. I thought it was an aggressive cube again by Jorgen, but that's the second aggressive cube that he's given. And my definition of aggressive may be wrong. My definition of aggressive is cubes that I'm not sure I would have given. I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. I would give it more thought over the board if it was my money that we're playing for. You're supposed to come up now with the other 2 because your opponent's made the bar point. And those back checkers are getting stuck. So he's right. You make your 4 point, then you decide about the other 2. And it's almost always right to come up when your opponent has made a point on your side of the board. Otherwise, you come down to the 11. Here you slot your 5. It's 4 away, 6 away. This is a little awkward. Very awkward. You can dupe the 1s, though. I would not play safe. I like this aggressive play. Put a checker where you want it. Covers with 2s and 1s and some 3s and some 8s. And no 10s, but you can make a point. You can make the ace point heavy. Oh, that's ugly. Oh, this is an ugly, ugly roll. Why would you do this to yourself? Aren't you trying to win? Then the 6 comes down. And hope he doesn't roll a 1. I'm not going to throw a checker to the ace point here. Jorgen does. I wouldn't do that. I give him the ace. I come off the 13. Would not be me in this situation. My buddy Johnny Rockwell is in the house. How are you, John? Looking great as usual.
Good.
I'm so happy to see you. You know why. Yeah, you owe me $40.
I know. We're playing?
Sure, we'll play. I brought the cards. My gin nemesis. He came all the way to Dubai to pay me the $40 he lost to me in New Orleans. I knew I'd see him again. Ooh, there's a roll. There is a great roll. I still don't think it's a double. There's a lot of work to bring those checkers around. I think it's an easy take, and I don't see too many market losers other than high doubles that get those 2 checkers out from the back. Double 6 would be a market loser. Double 3 would be a market loser. Double 5. But there's all kinds of rolls where Jorgen can come in and hit. I don't see the cube. But it's not wrong to think about it, and it's also more right to think about it when you're down in the match. You should be a little bit more aggressive with the cube when you're losing. So I can understand him thinking about it, but I just can't see how this could be a cube. Such an easy take. Of course, Jorgen passed a cube earlier that I thought might have been a take. I wasn't sure. I would have tended to take it, and he dropped it very quickly. So I could be way off on the cube on this match. I could be having a cubectomy problem. I would not double this. He is doubling, okay. Now if Jorgen passes that, he's going to make me look stupid. Please take the cube, Jorgen. Please don't make me look stupid. I look dumb enough already without your help. Come on, take this cube. I wasn't sure it was a double. This is reverse Woolsey's law. If you're not sure it's a double, it's a take. Thank you. Whew. For a minute there, I was wondering what was happening with my... He never should have taken that cube. It was so silly for him to take that cube. Wow, what a great sequence for Sam. Now double fives. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see my 4. Not leaving any shot. Although I wouldn't be that worried about leaving shots because Jorgen's board is not so hot. But I want to bring builders in for the ace. So I play off the 15 with twice and in. I get all my builders for the ace point. Because I would certainly hit loose if he comes in with an ace against that board, against Jorgen's inner board. So I would play to go for the ace hit, or making the ace point. 1, 2, 3, 4. I play. That's it. Okay. Jorgen does not perform. Now if I can get some more ways to make that ace point. That's not it, but dupe the ones. I would dupe the ones. And he did. And he didn't. He did, and then he didn't, and then he did. Some people want to play touch move. I can understand why. Drives you nuts sometimes. They go back and forth and put them in the wrong places. I don't know why he didn't dupe the ones. There must be a reason that I missed there. This brings his checkers home easier. Oh, 1-4. That 4 looked like a 6 for just 1 second. That would have been interesting. You certainly hit loose here. A 3, 4, or a 7 you're hitting. There's a 7. Hit, 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 hit. Yes. Look at the other's board. Don't be afraid of getting hit back. You win a lot more gammons if you make that point. I wouldn't hesitate with this hit. I would not hesitate at all to make that hit. Oh no, Sam. Sam, I don't like that at all. Look at all the freight that Jorgen gets to move now. Gets the cover, makes another board point inside, gets off a lot more gammons. I really didn't like that play at all. I would bet on that hit. If I were Jorgen, I would leave no blots in my inner board. I would make the 4 and the 3 point. And then the last one, come into the 5. That's it. No blot in your inner board because you're about to get hit loose. Because you may not be able to help it this time. Whoa, good roll. His gammon chances are still pretty good. David Rockwell came up with a good formula for measuring gammons. Every 8 pips is worth 10% more gammons. So if you apply his formula, I think there's a buttload full of gammons here. That's my official technical analysis. There's a buttload full. Or a bucket load full. Be a nicer term, I guess. I shouldn't say but. I'm sure there's somebody out there that objects to my language. Because there's somebody out there who will object to anything. Okay, he's happy to come in. He still has a chance to race off this gammon. It's slim, but he's got a chance. It's getting slimmer. Need some big rolls here. Oh, you don't get any bigger than that. 1, 2, perfectly efficient. 3, 4. Now he's highly favored to get off this gammon. Oh, swing back and forth. A very good roll here. Very good roll. What are you touching that checker for? That's the one you're not going to touch. There you go. He's off in 2 rolls unless Sam rolls doubles. All right. It's all a matter of whether Sam rolls doubles or not. It's a big, big roll here. He didn't get it. Okay. We have a tie game, 5-5. 4 away, 4 away, which is a very interesting score because what happens if the cube goes to 2 and you win a gammon? You win the match exactly. So the gammon value with the cube turned at this score for both players is about 1, very close to 1.0. And that means you're going to double quicker if you have a gammonish position, and you're going to drop faster if you find yourself being doubled and you're in a gammonish position. It also means after the cube is turned, you're going to play your checkers a little bit differently. You're going to play a little more aggressively to win gammons. In fact, a lot more aggressively to win gammons than you would otherwise. And you'll play more carefully to not get gammoned. So I love this score. I think it's very fun. 4-away, 2-away is the most complicated score and very interesting score, but I find 4-away, 4-away fascinating. In fact, I like to play 4-point matches. Where is it written that matches have to be to an odd number? I don't see where that's ever been written. No reason why you can't play to 4 or 6 or 10. Makes the 5-point. I didn't say which one, did I? Offense, offense, defense, defense, and he was clearly in a defensive position there, and that 5-point is much bigger than his own 5-point, especially after your opponent has left your inner board. Very close, good match here. There's been some cube action that I find really fascinating. I am going to study this match, the cube action in this match, because I didn't agree with a lot of it. And there's no question in my mind that I must be wrong on some of it. Couldn't be right on all of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'd be playing. If you're watching, hit the like button. I don't care when you're watching, whether it's live or later. The more likes we have, the more social media recognizes backgammon. That's an awkward roll. You don't like 6-1 in these positions. Duping is 4s. Duplication is a big thing in this game. The more you play, the more you think about it. 5-3 makes the ace but leaves a blot, so I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to just go to the ace. I think you just play to the ace, is my guess. 9-1. You could make it. There's an argument that you can make the ace and leave the blot because there's a blot in Jorgen's inner board. What else can you do? Yep, that's my play. Okay, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Both players are stripped. Stripped and ready for action. This is a good roll for Sam. He wanted to delay having to break first. And doubles is a great way to delay from having to break first. And the two come out. I think you come out, you're winning the race. Really, this surprises me. This is a surprise. Jorgen is clearly winning the race by quite a bit. He's going to run out of time if he keeps those checkers back. I think this is clearly right. I don't think it's close. I think this play has to be right. I just don't know how he brings the game home if he makes his 5-point. I guess we're going to find out. I think it's a hard game to play if he makes his 5-point. A lot of people say, oh, I got both 5 points. I can't lose. Those are part of what I call famous last words. If he was losing the race, I could see a good argument for staying back, but I really think he's got to go forward. All right, Jorgen came to the same conclusion that I came to earlier. "5-2", you just play quietly, bring them both in, and wait and hope something happens right now. And something did. Another good double for Jorgen. You're winning the race. Keep coming closer. Now do you make the ace? There you go. Keep all your builders and landing spots. I would be tempted to play the 5 down and leave the 2 shot as opposed to throwing a checker away to the ace. I like this play. Even if Jorgen rolls a 2, it better come with a 5 or 6 to cover. I don't see this cube. It's not gammonish, and it's just a close game and a hard one to bring home. I don't think it's a double. I know I'm taking. What loses my market? Big doubles. Hit and lift or hit and miss. I don't think it's a cube. The take point, by the way, is 22%. Not counting gammons. The non-gammon adjusted take point is it's a little bit lower if there's no gammons. "6-1". Okay. This is getting easier to bring home, but the race isn't that great, is it now? $82 to $50, $60, $70, $82. I think he's only up 5 pips. I believe that he has a 5 pip lead. Well, I can use colorless counting. I don't need to anymore. Now, if we keep a running count, if I was right, he's up 14 pips. That's the way you do it. Once you count, keep a running count so you don't have to count every time. He's up 14 pips. He would not like to get hit here, and he does. You got to hit him. It's a beautiful hit. This is a very huge roll right here. Why is he thinking? He's thinking about a 5, isn't he? If I know Jorgen, he's thinking 5. 5 anything. What are you thinking, Jorgen? You're not thinking about cubing. Nope. Now, is it too good? I don't think there's enough gammons here to be too good. And I agree with the double pass. Even after you cover, there's just not that many gammons, and sometimes you don't cover there. So I like that cube action. Okay, 3 away, 4 away. There is one interesting thing I always think about at this score. The leader's recube take point is 40%. That's really high. That means if you're the one who's 3 away, you got to think a long time before you give that cube to your opponent, because he can smack it back in your face real quick. And you have to pass unless you got 40% winning chances. So you're going to be a lot slower to double. The other thing to think about is if the cube is turned, the gammons are very, very efficient for the trailer, for the player who needs 4 points. Gammon gets you the match exactly. They're not that efficient for the leader because he gets too many points for the gammon. It isn't as good. So you do have a much bigger tendency to give the cube as the trailer here than you would at other scores. All right, you make an anchor. Which one? The good one, the golden point. The bar is not that valuable here. It's actually more valuable to make the 10 point. This is not an easy play for me. I like the hit because you're down in the race, so you have 3 checkers back. I guess you play to the 20. Yeah. I was sort of hoping to make a second point if I got hit, but all the other ones are pretty ugly. Ah, this paid off. This hit paid off. 2's hit, 2's cover. Four covers, but not pretty. It's not pretty, but a point's a point. Can you dupe anything? There is an argument to just coming down here. Wow. That's a creative play. At least you unstack and put your checker where it wants to be. Wow, I love that play. How many people in the world would have made that play? What a beautiful, beautiful work of art that play was. You don't tell me there's no creativity in backgammon. That was what I call creative. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it certainly was creative. A lot of people would never even considered it. I'm not sure I would have considered it. I did. I actually did in my head look at it and rejected it immediately. I make the 2 point rather than the 3 point because I have more spares to play later. And their points are pretty much of equal value. You're unstacking your 6 point this way also. That's a great roll for Sam. Sam's getting to cubing territory soon, but again, he's the leader here, and he better not cube unless he's willing to take a recube back with a very high take point. And by the way, these guys know this stuff. Some of you listening, I'm sure, don't know it. You haven't studied take points and recube take points and cube vig and those kinds of things. There's more casual players, I'm sure, listening to some of this. But all the really top players know all the things I'm talking about. I'm not just showing off that I'm some kind of a genius. What I'm telling you is what you need to know just to get to the table to play in the championship division, to play against this level of players, and that's the division I've been playing in for many years. And I'm competitive in it, partially because I know these things. Okay, again, do you make the 3 or the 4? You have a little more flexibility, but I think since you have a spare on your midpoint, you could make either one. I might have made the 4 there with that spare on the midpoint. I had another checker to play. We're almost getting into cube territory for Sam. He's thinking about it. It wouldn't be a ridiculous cube at all. Boy, it would be fun to make the 4 point, but where's the last 2? You can't do it. So you got to bring 3 down and 1 in. Or you can bring 1 to the 7 and 1 to the 6. But you cannot make your 4 point. Oh, there is a switch here. No, I don't like the switch. This is my play. This is my play. This might be a cube here, even at this score. I don't like, I wouldn't like to receive this cube if I was Jorgen. And that's one of my measurements of whether I double or not. I ask myself, how would I feel about getting this cube? And I wouldn't feel too good about it if I was Jorgen. I wouldn't like to be doubled here. Now, let's use Wolsey's law. Would I take? I think with that 40% recube vig and at this score, although if I pass, it's going to be 2-away, 4-away. That's an awfully fun score to be at when you're losing. Okay, he doesn't double, and he wishes he had. That's a clear market loser. He's going to win 1 point now. It's all over. Double pass. He's not. He thinks he's too good? I guess so. I guess there's not too much that could happen on that roll where he could have a market gainer against you. That didn't occur to me. I just thought double pass. And he was clearly right to roll on. I couldn't see a sequence where Jorgen's taking on the next roll. I broke my own rules about knowing when it's too good. Well, nothing leaves a shot on this roll, so you may as well roll, but there's very few gammons. Okay, there's the cash. Now we have that magic score I was talking about, 2-away, 4-away. It's not about the take points. The take points are 19.8 and 18.6. They're almost identical take points. What's different is the gammon value. If the cube gets turned, gammons are absolutely worthless to the leader, to Sam, and they win the match for Jorgen. So Jorgen has a major incentive to turn that cube if he gets a little breath of a possibility of a gammon. But since there's no split here, that's not the case yet. But by the way, this is almost a cube, but not quite. I don't think this is quite a cube. I'll give you a sequence. If White had rolled a 5-3, if you're going to roll a 5-3 and Sam had split, it would be double. Oh, Jorgen, that's not what you want to do. That's not how you win the world championship 3 times. By dancing on a 2-point board. If he had more checkers in the zone, it would have been right to make the 2. I think his play was very good. Now it's very, very hard for Sam to give this cube. Now, if you know that your opponent's take point is 18.6, or I'm sorry, yeah, 18.6, then you can give the cube when it is right around that number. But then there's a possibility of if you can win a gammon, you can hit now. You hit that outside checker. If you can win a gammon with the cube not turned, the match is over. So that's another thing that stops you from cubing here. And we're in that territory now where he's thinking about, I can win the whole match without turning the cube right now. Duping 3s everywhere. Oh, Jorgen is not performing. Be interesting to see how he plays this. Well, bring another builder down or around. Down is good. Playing really offensive. It's shooting at the 3-point. He's going all out for the blitz. Three on the bar is better by far. Well, the 2 goes to the bar. Start there because you need the cover, the 6 cover. And then I think the 4 comes in. Oh, I don't like this. All right, well, you got 2 additional covers out of it. That's fine. I would have gone to the bar and gotten a 6. Higher numbers are better generally. All right, Jorgen desperately needs a 3. 2s, 7s, and 10s. Double 4s hits. And then one more builder. Come down. That's it. You want the 6 to cover. This could be the match. He played on. He played on for the gammon. And a very strong possibility of winning this gammon and winning the match right here. And I'll bet you Jorgen played this game at 0 PR. Not a single mistake of any kind. He just went by the rolls and got clobbered. Never happened to me. Only happens to 3-time winners, 3-time world champions. I'm talking as if the match is over for a reason, because it almost is. There's always a shot potential, though, with 3 checkers on the bar, and especially when you stay up on the bar. Right now, you could get a shot with if he rolls high doubles. That's a great roll for Sam. Nothing leaves a shot now. Jorgen does not want to come in. His only hope is to stay back and get that shot. Again, there's not too many shots except for doubles. High doubles is it. No, this is the game. That's it. It's hopeless. Shake his hand. Sayonara. Well played, Sam. And well played, Jorgen. And again, I really want to look at the cube action here. I know I can learn much from it. Very good match. Congratulations, Sam. He goes to 4-1. Jorgen is 3-2. He can still win the tournament with those 2 losses, but he can't lose another match. And I've seen Jorgen do stuff like this before. I think he lost in the first round when he won that world championship and came back and didn't lose another match. So congratulations, Sam. We'll see you all soon. We'll have another matches coming up very shortly on both of our streams with Bill Riles and myself doing commentary. Thank you for any comments and any suggestions, questions. Please shoot them to us. Bye-bye. We'll see you soon.
I think at 6-5 you had the double many rolls. That was from the 4.1, and then you rolled up a 6. I really think I should double one. Because my take point is high. I need over 30% to take. What? I think it was a double earlier. Before you double 6, it was a double. And then after double 6, you play for gammon. I had some difficult games. Oh, good luck.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
few results from round 5. As soon as the last match is completed, we will press to round 6. Yes, for the round 6, please.
Check, check, one. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Ah, you're gonna be on.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I don't know. Somebody, Phil said the sound on stream 2 was not good according to Lynn. So I'll try to listen in.
Okay.
Hi, Kian. Does the sound good to you? Let us know if not. Thank you. This second one may have been like on while he was. Okay, so this is off. That's on. Sorry. Can you sort of like
What?
make sure?
That's the local. That's the worker. I don't know what he's doing.
It's kind of check on Phil because it gets check to make sure, like, Mike sure.
Mochi's match still not over. That's the one match we're waiting on.
Sorry?
Mochi's match is not over. That's the one match. Yeah.
Too low. Okay, thank you, Kian. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna sit here and sound test with Kian. I raised the levels. How is that? Any better? And if Lynn Ehrlich is on, Lynn, I assume you see me moving. Yeah, I'm watching the I'm watching the stream in front of me, and I can definitely guarantee you it's not frozen.
Talking, I told him to go record.
Yeah, I have Lynn. See, this is our stream. It's not frozen. You see you. That's definitely not frozen.
Yeah, Lynn said it was frozen. She couldn't see anything.
No, see, that's you. That's live.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, great. Kian says the sound's good. So, excellent. Thank you so much. These mics are very directional. That way they do not pick up all of the noise which is completely around us. So if I turn like this, it's going to change the level of the sound. Thanks so much. And again, our match will be hopefully up very soon. This is a Swiss, and so we have to wait until all matches are complete before we can proceed with the next round. And Mochi's match was the last match that has been completed. And we will be back with you with round 6 very soon. Thank you so much.
Had to get Phil set up on stream 1, Bill back here on stream 2. We're going to have Mikhail Vardanyan from Russia playing John O'Hagan here on stream 2. Should be a great match. Both great players. Both have one loss here in the Swiss format, but superb pairing. Several of the other players who are undefeated. Phil's got two guys that superb. Kalin Stefanov and Artur Muradian on stream 1. They're undefeated. All the others that are undefeated effectively have been streamed. I wanted to get Mikhail Vardanyan on the stream. Superb player from Russia. So we'll have John O'Hagan and Mikhail Vardanyan. Now again on Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, Phil doing the call. We've got Artur Muradian from Armenia versus Kalin Stepanov, originally from Bulgaria, lives in Germany. Actually, we'll be playing doubles with Petko later today, or whenever doubles starts. But anyway, we're about to get going. Eating my pistachios. This friend of mine from
So we can start.
Lebanon always brings me pistachios. He knows I love them. So John and Mikhail should be an excellent match. These are two great players.
You know how to.
Great players.
Actually, no, but
Okay. At the end of each game, you reach in there and you push it.
okay. Okay, that's easy.
6-4 points on the deuce. Now, as all of y'all know, I like to do a interactive commentary session. So I have an iPad in front of me. We'll be reading the chat line. So if you have questions, comments, critiques, suggestions, whatever, put them out there and I'll respond as I can and as appropriate. So here we go. First match I've called this week, I think, where they're bearing off to the right. So I'm going to have to adjust ever so slightly. Okay, John, 5-4, going to make the 4. Two, 3, make the anchoring down. Fairly straightforward play for both to this point. Same play. Likely. He's thinking of bringing them both down. Either fairly close here. Okay, John hits loose on the 3. Dance by Mikhail. John contemplating a cube here. He's got 11 in the zone, 1 in the air, another blot in Mikhail's outfield. This may well be a cube here. Certainly, and I've made the statement several times today. Our old friend Kit Woolsey always says every roll is another opportunity to double. So John's giving this the big consideration. We usually, Keon, we usually let the players on 2 can pretty much set it up as they wish. On stream 1, we always set it up the same way because the XG analysis and board is already established in a certain direction, so we have set the checkers up so the players play in a direction that matches the XG analysis and feed. So anyway, John, a real theoretician and mathematician of the game, is putting a lot of thought into this early cube decision. And of course, a 9-point match is not a particularly long match, so an early cube decision can be significant. And of course, Mikhail is getting to think about his action on John's time if John does in fact double. I'm thinking he's sending it, but he decides to roll on. 6-4 makes the 3, leaves the blot on the mid, but 25% of the time Mikhail's dancing. Doesn't, but he'll make the 11. Now John still not that's a nice shake, makes the 5. Mikhail gets the chance to pick up the blot on the mid with an ace, though. Gets it. Will come to the 8. Expect he'll come to the 8. He has any other 4 left shots, direct or indirect. John 3-6 got to come out. Five 2, not what Mikhail had in mind. Probably going to the 6. And John again. Slightly advantageous position for John, but he does have those 2 checkers. And I think, be surprised, Mikhail's going to put thought to that one. I thought he would take it, and he did. John makes the deuce point. Six 3, that's a shot somewhere. Guess he's going to clear the 10, perhaps. Could run, but it's an interesting early decision. Again, that's what I thought he would do, is clear the 10, keeps the anchor. John looking for a 4, doesn't get it. We'll take that around. Got kind of a, not that he set it up, but a trap play of sorts. Of course, Mikhail's not going to be excited about leaving with a 6, particularly if he has to also leave that checker on the 7. Very thorough, methodical, excellent player. Mikhail, John 2 for that matter. Four 5 now. I'm just going to have to make the ace. Okay, John hoping to escape here. Are their lives turned off? Doesn't look. The 1, 2, 3 doesn't look. They've got a loss. the number of lives. Doesn't make it does. It's not. It doesn't look like it, but it may be. I don't know.
I'll have to double check.
Okay.
It might look a little lighter.
Yeah.
But I can make it even dimmer.
Okay.
Want me to dim it some more?
Whatever.
It's
Yeah.
50%.
It's not that distinguishable.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought too. But the records are correct.
The records are correct.
Okay. I will. Then I'm gonna go upstairs or something.
Okay. John, a bit unlucky here. Mikhail got out with the. I'd been distracted briefly, but apparently rolled sixes.
Sounds like everybody's okay with sound.
I haven't heard anybody say anything. So there's the recube. John's going to have to let this go. Has the opportunity of a second checker being sent back. Gammon's in play, so he has to let that go. Now again, we'd like to thank Patrick Jabelli and Mind Skillz for putting on this tremendous tournament here in Dubai, the Oasis International Cup, and his sponsors, EXSCAPE, Hard Rock, Bombay Club, others. And of course, under the excellent direction of Arda Findicaglu and his staff. And we'd also like to thank, this is on Point Backgammon YouTube, but we're also, Stream 1 is on the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, so we'd like to thank Mark Olson and Backgammon Galaxy for their support of the tournament and the streaming as well. So, okay, so that was an unfortunate turn of events. Looks like John got in a good cube, let it go, went south with him with a set of sixes, and then Mikhail was able to get in an efficient recube that John had to drop. So here again, Mikhail gets in an early cube. She got 10 in the zone. But John lets another one go. 3-0 Mikhail. Now y'all might have seen in recent times some of the excellent backgammon TV from out of Russia. It's kind of a studio setting, and Mikhail was rather deeply involved in that. He consulted with Tar and myself a bit in his development of the Russian streaming for that television show, and they do a fine job. He also, and Mikhail and I have known each other for a number of years, super nice guy, regard him as a good friend. He was telling me the young man that's doing the transcription on the Stream 1, Ivan Lincoln, who's an incredible transcriber. He is Mikhail's student as from a young boy. I don't know how old Ivan is now. He's probably 18 or 20 or 22. But Mikhail was telling me earlier that Ivan is a long-term student of his. So John trailing here 3-0 and has extricated his back checkers and has some things going. He's going to be soon looking for an opportunity as the trailer here to to put a cube in play, and certainly is contemplating that at this juncture. That's better. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now does Mikkel step up into that? I don't think so. Although he has him outboarded 4-2, he does step up into it. Let's see if John can capitalize on that. John again looking for an opportunity to send a cube to get back into this game, trailing early. Putting a good long hard thought into it. Does send it. I think it's probably a take. Sometimes there's a measure of gamesmanship in how long one ponders before deciding the cube, but I don't think that's necessarily the case with John. I think he doing the necessary calculations and respects Vordanian's game, that he's not going to be influenced by any type of gamesmanship there. So, till it's a close decision, Mikkel had the opportunity to be thinking about the potential of John turning it to him, and continued to think afterwards. Takes the cube. John hoping for, he was hoping to make the 5 point, but not able to do so. Now Mikkel's hoping to make John's 5 point over there. 20 point from Mikkel's perspective. So I guess he, does he just run with that checker from the 20? Apparently so, yes. Now John still looking to make the 5 or the 7. Makes neither. In fact, a bit of an ugly roll. Leaves indirect shot, but hasn't accomplished much in the 2 rolls since the cube. 4-1. Mikkel's not accomplishing much more. John's got quite a bit of ammunition now for the 5, 7, or even the deuce. 6-5 again. Man, not moving a lot of pips, but he's not accomplishing much in a structural sense. Set of 5s goes to the 3. So now John really, really, really needs to make a point here. Makes the deuce. Not the most desirable, but it is a point. And it is 10 pips. 4-5. Thought he might run here. He could step up. Thing is, it's a little difficult for John to clear that midpoint. 2-1. Can't take any chances, unnecessary chances, against that 5.5 point board of Mikkel's. 5-4. I think I just make the 4. Leave a nuisance ace out there, but let's see what happens. That's a variation on the play. I think the nuisance ace stays on the mid. Now, then it's a question of the 4. He's looking at bringing them both down. I would leave it on the mid and make the 4, but let's see what happens. There's my play. What does Mikkel's looking at every option. Okay. Decides to run. 3-1 from John makes the 5-point. Yeah, that was he'd been looking for a roll such as that for some time for ace. Yeah, John looking for 5-1, 5-2, ace deuce. 3-1 is not the number he wanted. Now, does he give him the 6-5 double six shot, or does he play 3-2? I'm splitting the back ones just to have better outfield coverage should Mikhail run. Of course, you take the chance of worried to roll the 6-5 or 6-6 to get gammoned fairly easily. Okay, that's my play. I think the outfield coverage provided by that exceeds the risk. John's not totally convinced that's what he wants to do. And again, both of these guys, as we see, elite class players, and they're willing to invest the necessary time to fully evaluate their options, particularly in what are critical positions such as this. Okay, so Mikhail can't get out. And of course, that split by John would have not only provided better outfield coverage, but it also would have provided more builders. Perhaps he gets lucky and makes the bar, but that's not the case. So John, pretty close, 6-1 for a second time. Pretty close race here. John's heavy on the 6, so what's that, 30, 45, 62, 39, 44, 68. So John's up by 6. Mikhail's got to go. So this is John's down by 2. Aces not his best, though it does take 2 off. Mikhail looking for a big roll. That's slightly above average. 6-1, 5-4, fill in a gap. Doesn't miss with the next 4. 6s, that'll work. That will work. Now, Mikhail, 4-5. Mikhail's in, I don't know that he's got the redouble, but 10, 12 checkers. 6-roll position. John's got poor distribution. 10 checkers, so he's 2 checkers. 2 checkers ahead. I doubt that. Were this a center cube, I think Mikhail might well send it, but as a recube, I'm not confident of that. But he's going to give it careful consideration. So 927, 31 against 29. 38-42, so he's got an 11 pip lead. Dice man Carl James is double pass. It's gonna be interesting if he finds this. Obviously, he's noted the potential, but he's not convinced himself as of yet. Again, with the 3-0 lead and holding a 2 cube, you don't necessarily want to put big crooked numbers into play. Again, this is one of those instances, key instance in a 9-point match. Ryan Rebelo is in the house. Hey, Ryan, what's going on, man? Several of them have some of these 2-inch squishy cubes up here. I'm thinking about picking some of those up and bring to you for your next commentary assignment, Ryan, so you can squeeze those 2-inch cubes all day. The gentleman. Hey. Okay, he does send it. Carl of the opinion John's not taking this. I suspect the rest of us probably agree with that. But again, you know, and John's been having the opportunity for the 2 minutes plus that Mikhail thought about it to decide what he's going to do if Mikhail did send it. But it's close enough that John's going to invest some additional time into that decision. This in my short match theory, this is trailing in comparatively short match, 4 cube. Makes it even more pointedly a pass, in my opinion. At 4-away, 9-away, it's a no double. At this, it's a double, and I think it's a double the way I read this. We're at 4-away, 9-away. It would not have been a double, but. So at score double pass, according to Carl. But they both got quite a bit of time invested in this game, and justifiably so. It's a huge swing in a 9-point match. Pardon me. Yeah, he's 11 pips down, but 2 checkers ahead, but his distribution poor. And Mikhail on roll, obviously, so. $11 down, 31-42. Apparently pretty good, and he lets it go. 5-0. You know, that's an instance too, and you know, you got to play with discipline. You got to play without emotion. As much as John might have wanted to take that, he runs the numbers and determines that it's a pass, and he passes. Keeps the emotion out of it, and that takes a lot of discipline on occasion. It's difficult to go down 5-0 to a player of Vardanyan's status. So here we go. John's got a 6-4 to play. Several options. He can run. He could make the deuce point. He could come out and slot. Probably doesn't want to do that with the double shot on the 18 and being outboarded. So he runs. Gets hit. Now Vardanyan very possibly will split. I think that's probably correct. Okay, John needs to enter here, or Vardanyan's going to have a commanding position in this game as well. There's the ace. John needed that, but still a pretty awkward position. Okay, Mikhail gets the 20-point anchor. John struggling here, 6-5 runs. Going to say a 6-6 was about the only thing that would save him, but 6-5 kind of got in between there. Of course, now Mikhail rolls the set of threes to make the bar. O'Hagan makes the 5. John needs a 2-5 in the worst way. Okay, sending it, taking it. This is fraught with difficulty here. John can't get that bad guy going, or if he gets a second checker picked up trying to clear the mid, could get leave a permanent scar here. 5-1. Okay, John looking for a deuce, preferably a deuce 6, but any deuce will be a start. Got to step up into it just for potential to escape. 3-1's a hit. Okay, John needs a 3, big time. Big time, not that time. Deuces, so it's 3 to the 11. Doesn't want to leave another blot. Mikhail, that's big. That's huge. That may be fatal. May be fatal. Nice roll by John. He needed that. Now, does he shift and pick that up, or does he hit loose? There, hits loose. That's probably right. Gives him the opportunity to anchor that the shift would have maybe taken away. And he does anchor. He's going to hit with the 4. John needing another ace. Doesn't get it. Boom. Okay, John's in serious jeopardy here. Threes works. Probably is over, Stefan. I heard Stefan behind me saying it may be over. I'm thinking it is over. Of course, there's the occasional shot John will get out of this, but doesn't get much better than that. Okay, O'Hagan needs to get in a hurry. That is not getting in a hurry. Boom. Man, now he needs to dance and hope for a shot or it's all over. Doesn't dance. Curtains. Wow, that was that could be considered assault in certain jurisdictions. So it looks like John's going to his second loss in this 3-loss Swiss format. And Mikhail, oh, looky here. Too little, too late. Well, he got a chance to roll another set. John needs a set to extend this match. Two's no. Congratulations to Mikhail Vardanyan. Advances at 5-1. O'Hagan falls to 4-2. So that was quick. Now run over to stream 1 on the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. Phil Simborg is calling a match between Kalin Stefanov of Bulgaria originally, 21-year-old, lives in Germany now, against Artur Muradian, Armenian older gentleman, been around a long time and see his name quite a bit. So 4-2 Stefanov over there, so they've got a good match going. So check it out. And we'll the next round is at 5:30. So we'll see y'all then. Thank you. Bye-bye.
go.
Well, hello again. Phil Simborg here in Dubai. It is the last match of the afternoon. Then we'll have one tonight at 9 o'clock. We're looking at two players here who have 5-1 records. There's not too many left with 5-1. There's only 3 left with 6-0 records, and they're playing each other right now. 2 of them are. These two gentlemen, I just met Ibrahim for the first time. Ibrahim Abdullah, very nice gentleman from Saudi Arabia. He's in logistics. He has a son. He during COVID, he started playing online and learned about the doubling cube, and he's gotten pretty good. He's really studied the game since, and obviously he knows the game well. Ralph Jonas, most people who follow backgammon know who Ralph is. He lives in Berlin. He's one of Germany's top players, and he probably has one of the best records of win-loss or winning tournaments percentage-wise of anybody alive today. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. This guy knows how to win. He is a very, very fine player, but he is a winner. He wins lots and lots of tournaments and lots of matches. So I would give Ralph the edge on this match just because of reputation, but who knows? 9-point match, and they're both 5-1. Michi's still 5-1. Amira Shragi is 5-1. Got some very good players left in the field that could easily win the tournament.
And we play legal dice here.
They don't play the Simborg rule here. The Simborg rule we use in chouettes all over the world. If you dance on a 1-point board and you're in the box, you get a point from everybody. It takes a little bit of the sting out of it. You're playing 7 people and you dance on a 1-point board with a double 6. By the way, you could also dance with the double 1 at the end of the time, and you win a point from everybody. It's kind of a fun thing. They do it in Chicago. They do it in New York. They do it in Jamaica. And I think it's growing. I really think it's a fun thing to do. Okay, let's get on to this match. What do we have here? A 5-1. It's conservative to come in on the ace. I think it probably is right. I would have been tempted to come in on the 24. On the 20, I mean. 3-1. Usually right to make the 5-point. Just cleaning up the blot and playing quietly is just, well, this is a very good option. That's a very good option. I would have made the 5 and been hit. This looks like a bar point. Okay, he does. Ralph Jonas told me he will probably play at the Merit tournament in November in Cyprus, and I will be there doing commentary at that tournament as well, so I won't have to play Ralph. Out and all the way, fewer shots. I'm a runner. In spite of the fact that it's a double shot, I would come out all the way here. Only because I don't like the alternatives. I don't like giving up the midpoint. But Ralph has got other ideas. We don't have an XG feed, so you should just assume that I'm right about everything I say. And if you fall for that one, I got a bridge to tell you. Yeah, I did not like giving up the midpoint there, but Ralph is a very strong player. He probably was right. I would have come out to the double shot. Very awkward roll here. It's often right to hit off the ace point. Get rid of that headache, that pimple that's sitting there causing you problems. 3-6 comes out. And if he doesn't get hit, he's got a big, strong lead and probably a cube. If he does get hit, he might still have, probably doesn't have a cube now. It's tempting. It's tempting. I sure don't like Ralph's position. If he hits that ace, he lost his market probably. It would have been right to think about the cube. 5 comes down. It might have been a cube. Now it's double pass. Ralph's got no game. I like the cube and I would pass. Position, race, and threats all favor Ibrahim. Ibrahim's English, by the way, was extremely good. He was very kind and pleasant to talk to, interview before the match. Ralph's taking a long look at this. I would have been passing him already. Okay, he agreed with me and he did pass. Okay. I agree with that cube action. Ralph spent a little more time on it than I would have, but I'm never going to fault anybody for taking time. We see some matches recently where players are playing way too fast and making some errors, I'm sure, as a result, that might not have been made if they'd taken more time. I'm just the opposite. The faster I play, the less people notice my errors. Okay, it's almost always right to make the 2-point. You fight a point with the 6-4. As much as we don't like the 2-point, it's becoming more and more accepted because XG likes it, and we like what XG likes. This play is clear. Double threes, very nice roll, 2 interboard points. Continue with the theme of playing a hitting and priming game. 4-2 does nothing except to bring a checker down and play to the 4-point. And 6-4. You have to have some kind of game here. 6-4. Not quite a cube. Ooh, this hits. This hits. And he saw it right away and made the play. And now what? Now what do we have? A quick double. And I think it's a quick pass. And it is. We don't have an XG feed, but I bet you both these players are playing at a very high level because I agree with all their plays and cube action. So they must be playing fantastic. They agree with me. And I'm the commentator that's never wrong when we don't have an XG feed. 2-1 slot is almost always right. Mochi even slots with the 4-1 most of the time, which we know is wrong, but he likes to play. I'm splitting. I'm a splitter. And you know, Ralph is a more of an offensive player. I guess offense, defense, defense. He makes the offensive play. I would have split and been pointed on. Ibrahim needs to get a 6-something here. Well, he got a 6-something. You got overkill 6-something. Do you make the 2-point or bring 2 more down? It's close. I bet you it's close. If you're going to bring 1 down, you got to bring another one down. I like this play. Ralph would love to make his bar. And he does. He does. A 5' is, you know, a 5' is almost as good as a 6'. Unless your opponent rolls a 2 immediately and can step up. And I think you almost have to and come down from the 13. That's my play. And come down. That's my play. I think you got to make that play. You got to come to the edge of the prime, and there's no other 5 that makes sense. Of course, Ralph is in great shape if he rolls a 4-2, double 4, or any 1. 6-5 is not one of the numbers I mentioned, is it? I don't see much you can do with this roll other than bring 2 down. Now, you could think about the hit, but I don't think it's right. Well, if Ralph hits and I say it's wrong, then Ralph is right and I'm wrong. I would not have hit there. I can see the logic of it, though. You got to take away your opponent's roll because otherwise he's home free. But I would not have hit there. I would not have broken my 5 prime. And I'll bet money that Ralph was right and I was wrong. I'm a very good bettor when I want to bet against myself. This is an easy hit. You have to hit here. There's no other 4 that makes any sense. You don't want to play quietly and give him that whole roll to make the prime. Sorry to think about the cube here. He's got better structure. He's got threats. But if he missed there, he would be very unhappy. And this is almost like a miss. They have to hit off the 2 point. That's not the one checker he was hoping to hit. Or the point he wanted to make. Well, here's an interesting situation. Do you hit 2? I don't think so. I think you just make the anchor. But hitting 2 is intriguing. Double tiger. Unstack the 6 point. It might be right. He looked at it. I wouldn't have been shocked if he'd have hit 2. I'm splitting. I'm splitting off the 24. Now's a good time to do that. Spread them out, baby. Only a joker double would hurt you. That's it. Ralph agrees with me. Well, maybe I got one right. He's got to come in with the 2 and hit with the 3, and then it's going to be double pass anyway. I think it's if he comes in with the 3 and plays the 2 quietly. Yeah, that's probably has to do that. The other way it would be double pass if he left that other blot. This is, I think you make the 3 point and come off of the 5 and come out. Because if he makes the 20 point, where's his 6? Okay. Yeah, 20 points much better than making the 3 point. Plays itself. There's that double 6 dance. But you only get the point on a 1 point board. He duped his 5s. You know what? I'm coming up to the 24, to the 20 point, I mean. I think you really need that checker up there. And Ralph agrees with me. Coming down gives him a double direct shot anyway, so you may as well you don't want to play a 1-5 back game ever. Even if it's well timed, a 1-5 back game stinks. That's a nice roll, in and out. I'm not sure who's winning this game. It's really close. This plays itself. I don't think you're going to get fancy here and come out. So you have to play to the 7 point and to the 4 point. What else are you going to do? Is he thinking about the hit? Yeah, I think you have to make this play and play to the 4 point. There's no other clue. That's it. FBL, forced by logic. Out scout. Out all the way with the 5-3. All the way out. Let's go. Ralph, what are you looking at? Is there something I'm missing here besides brains? And continue. I guess you could go to the 2 point, but I don't like going behind. I would continue. He doesn't want to give him a 9, 9 and 11. Not that many numbers. I didn't realize this was that tough a play, that it required this kind of time to think about it. It's certainly right to think about it, but I didn't realize it was this tough a decision. It just seems so natural to me to continue that checker. But if Ralph is having problems with it, there must be more going on than I realize. Instead of continuing, he played the other checker. Maybe the total number of shots is less, so you'd have to count it. This is 6-2 and 5-3 and double 6. So yeah, that is because he left double 6. It's fewer shots, fewer 12s than 11s. This is an uncomfortable roll, which probably requires a hit, because you're just killing yourself if you break the 8 point. I just think you have to play 7-1. And Ibrahim agrees with me. Not a cube here. Double 5s is a great roll. Just bring them all out and end the game. Oh, I would have brought them all out. This play certainly has merit. It might be right. I would have brought them all out, though. Just played for a pure race. 3-2 goes to the 2 point. 7-2. Nothing else to do. And there. Okay. We can see this race is very close. Here again, you can use colorless counting. There's 15 checkers on both sides. Just completely ignore the colors and assume that every checker on the white side is white and every checker on brown side is brown, and compare the two, and you can see that white is losing this race by a little bit. You don't have to count the pips just by comparing. White's got a little more in the outfield and a little more in the infield. So he knows he's losing the race, so you want to hold your points. Now it gets very tricky. These rolls are going to be very tricky how to play them. 6-4 I don't think is tricky at all. You just simply clear the 8 point. It might be time to run because you are up in the race, but let's see, if you run, you're leaving a 7. You are up in the race. And there is a blot in the inner board. Probably a good time to do that. I don't think it's a double. I know it's a take. He doesn't get gammon too much with that anchor. Oh, I'm sorry. The anchor is on Ralph's side, but with one back, I just don't think it's quite a double here. Certainly worth looking at. He's counting the rolls that pick and pass. Even if he rolls a 7, there's 27 rolls to come in. There's your 7. There's your 7. 27 rolls come in. 12 rolls hit. Plus you have some hits on the other side of the board. So he rolled a really great roll, and he could still be in trouble. So that's why it was not a double. And here's a classic turnaround roll. This is clearly a big joker. The last one comes in, and it's going to be double pass unless he thinks he's too good. There is a thought of being too good here. And you might take a roll here. He only has a disaster rolls of double 4 and double 3. If he just comes out, I think you roll here. I think he's right. And he's rewarded by getting out. I am absolutely not sure where the 3 is. I would continue. Oh, no, no, no. I would not make the point. I would not make the 3-point. I think you come out and continue. That plays fine too. Now he's clearly too good. He's improved his game quite a bit. 6 comes out, and the 2 you don't slot. You don't need to slot. Nice playing and cubing action by Ibrahim. I'm impressed. He thought about doubling when he was too good, but the main reason you don't double is if you don't see on the next sequence of rolls a way for your opponent to have a take, which is what we call a market gainer, then even if gammons are small, you roll. But here, gammons are very big. In addition to that, the reward is huge. I mean, the number of gammons you're likely to win from this position, even if you don't pick up the 3rd checker, is going to be somewhere in the 90 percentile. And now we just went over 100%. By my calculations, it's 104% gammons. And I might be wrong. I'm watching your comments. If you have anything to ask or add or request, let me have it. I'm thick-skinned. I can take it. Don't be afraid to tell me how wonderful I am. Okay, this is probably his worst roll, because now if he doesn't roll a 1 or double 2s, he's going to leave a shot. They actually lose the game. Clear for the rear. Now a 4 puts Ralph right back in the game. Yep. And you know what? I knew he was going to roll it because Ralph wins more than anybody. Keep in mind that the cube is still in the center, and at some point, somebody can turn that cube. Ibrahim's still too good. Now I'm not sure anymore. Now it gets tough. He's got 4 checkers off. With 4 checkers off, I'm going to make Ibrahim's the underdog here, especially being back on the ace point. Pretty soon Ralph's going to have a cube. That makes a great point. Now he needs to slot the back. He needs to slot his 8-point, and then he can double. Nope, don't play the 2. Legal. Now, if he can slot just slot the 8-point, he might have a double now with 4 off. Read it. If you slot the 8-point and he doesn't hit it, it's over. So that's a market losing sequence. All right, there's the slot. And the 5 should not link up. You want to keep them apart. The back checker. And now, unless you see a 1-6, you're going to see double pass. Now it's going to be double pass. He hesitated a little bit, which I would do too if I know my opponent has a pass. And he did pass. I can't fault Abraham for his play on that one. He got very unlucky rolling the doubles and then leaving the single shot that Ralph hit. But you got to know who you're playing. Ralph Jonas is a winner. I repeat, he wins. His win-loss record is probably unparalleled in recent years. Ed O'Loughlin had a hell of a win-loss record before he passed away. He had an amazing run. Joe Russell recently had a great run in several tournaments. One of my heroes. Who else had great runs? Neil Kazaros has had many over the years. Mochi. How about the time Mochi won the World Championship and the Super Jackpot at Monte Carlo? I don't know that anybody ever did anything like that. in such a big event. I know that the first tournament I took Matt Congar to, and as soon as he got out of college, I drove him to Minnesota, and he won the Open and the Masters. Of course, we made him buy lunch for a lot of people. That was his very first major tournament. All right, 2-1. Very close match. Looked like he was thinking about the cube there. It would have been a little early, but now he wishes he had doubled. This is a double. I think it's a pass. I don't think you take this cube at this score. Giving up 1 point here doesn't hurt very much. He took it. Okay. I would have passed this cube. I absolutely would have passed. And I'm sure I'm wrong because Ralph is very rarely wrong. Well, he got his back game, but you don't take because you want to be in a 1-2 back game. I mean, a 1-2 back game is the best back game, in my opinion, by far, if you could time it well. And the reason is because if you hit one checker, you have a very good chance of picking up a second checker. And this is no longer a back game. That's what happens to back games sometimes. It's not a bad thing, though. He's happy to roll that number. Back games, when they don't work, get gammon too much. Very good roll. I would make the 4 point. No, I don't like that. I'm not worried about it. I'd rather have the 4 point than the 8 point or the 9 point. That's the first play I've really disagreed with. And I could be wrong, but I doubt it. On that one, leaving the blot wouldn't have been too bad with the board that Ralph had. That inside point is really valuable, as he's about to learn. He wishes he had the 4 point now, don't you? Don't you? I told you so. I told you so. I just come out to the bar. I play 24-18. Because everything else is so ugly. Okay, he does not agree with me. He wants to keep that checker back for the shot. And there is a reasonable chance of a shot here. A lot of 6s and 5s don't play so hot. But that plays fine. That makes a point. He's hoping for the shot now. There's a lot of bad rolls here. 5-1, not horrible, but you certainly isn't pretty. Do you volunteer? No. I think you have to come off the 18 with both. The fewest shots makes the most sense. That was my play. Makes the 3 point. Makes a point. Okay. It's a little brittle, but he has the, he can play those 2 checkers off the midpoint. And he's going to. I call that one. So Ralph and I parted company on one of the plays where I thought he should come up off the 24. And in hindsight, I'm looking pretty good that he didn't want to stay back there and play this game. He's thinking about the run. He's leaving a shot no matter what. Running is got the best upside potential, but you lose your anchor, and losing your anchor means some gammons. This is not an easy play. The other play, of course, is to simply come off the 11 point with both checkers, or with one checker. Make the point. That's fine, too. Get into a hitting exchange. You got a better board. Yeah, that's a great roll. Hitting and not leaving any return shots. Now it can get tricky. That was a good roll for Ralph. Now it makes the next plays a little more complicated. Well, this is automatic. That play is just forced. 2s and 10s. Nope. Nope. But I think you come out because you got nothing else you can do. You don't want to break your board. You don't want to leave more blots. So this is automatic. I guess I shouldn't use the word automatic. It's just clear to me that it was right. What's the thought process here? You hit and come in. Are you thinking there's a reason not to hit? I can't think of it. There are times where you pass up the hit, but why wouldn't you pick up that checker? More gammons? Sure. Good play. Nothing wrong with thinking about it. In fact, I admire that. All right, he's not out of this game. Ralph is still in this game. There's some bad rolls here. The bad rolls contain 3s and 6-5. Stay away from 3s and he's okay. And he's okay for now. Next, he wants to stay away from 2s and again 6-5. This is easy. What are you looking at? Make it. Okay. 2s are bad. 6-5 is bad. Did I say 6-5? Double shot. He's got 20 numbers that hit. It's not enough to recube. Those are the 16 misses. He got it. This is the second game that Ralph was buried and Ibrahim left a shot and Ralph hit it. Although this time it was a double shot. But that's 2 games in a row. If I was Ibrahim, I'd be shaking my head. I'd be shaking my hands and I'd be shaking my feet on my way to the bathroom or for a cup of coffee or something. I'd take a break now. 2 games he had clearly huge edge and unfortunately left the shot and got hit. Very, very fortunate for Ralph. And I like what I see from both players. I think I'm seeing some very strong play here. I'm seeing 2 players that deserve to be this far in the tournament. Ralph has to be one of the favorites that's left. Of course, Michi, Amira Schrager, they all have 1 loss. Michi's my roommate. I would love to see him win. Because I think there's a tradition, I'll tell Michi about it, that when you win, you split with your roommate. Or give him 10% or something. I'll talk to Michi about, I think it's an old tradition. In my religion it is. I'm a Pastafarian minister. Celebrating Rosh Hashanah in Dubai. How's that for a mouthful of words that I didn't think I was ever going to be saying? And enjoying it. Big roll, bring them all the way around. Oh, you can play safe. Just play down and in, safe. You're winning the race by enough. I don't think you need to leave the shot. It's not easy to bring home if you don't leave that shot. It's easier to bring home if you bring the 2 around, and if he doesn't roll a 4, you've got it made. But volunteering is usually wrong. It's not a double, so he's got to keep playing for the eventual hit. Makes the 2 point. Slot the 3. And in, that's fine. I like Ibrahim's play. I like everything I've seen so far. Except I don't like when he keeps leaving shots and gets hit at the end. You got to stop doing that. No. The 5 should come down. You need that spare. 5 should come down and the 3 covers. You got it. That's much better. Much more flexible. Ralph knows he's leading the race, so he just wants to race. He's not leading by that much. Only by about 6 or 8 pips. Maybe not quite that much. Actually pretty close race. This is not the roll he wanted. I think you just leave an ace shot. You come off the third. Oh, I'm sorry. Got the wrong side on roll. 6-4. With that double slot in there, it's a really good time to vacate the 16 point. Just run all the way. I would run all the way off the 16. Clear the back point. Well, he's got 2 blots in his inner board. The one thing I don't do is break the 7 point. I'm going to volunteer somewhere when you have those 2 blots in the inner board. There is merit to breaking the 13 point, but I really think it's 16 is right here. And I like where the checker goes. I like it going to the 6 point. And Ralph makes an entirely different play. Duping the 3s. And there's merit to Ralph's play because your opponent doesn't have much timing. He's pretty stiff. Hit and cover. Duping the 4s, I meant. He's got no cover. So let's see what happens here. Even if he misses, is it a double? That's a real big question now. I think at this score I would double, and because I'm not sure I'm taking. Yes, I think it's double, and I might pass. If the score was reversed, I wouldn't touch the cube. Yes, I like this cube. And if I'm Ralph, I think I pass. I think I pass. He's got like 2-3 rolls to get to that ace point. And even if Ralph comes in with an ace, he doesn't win the game. I like this cube a lot. And I'm starting to really like Ibrahim's game a lot. Okay, they agree with my assessment of the situation. 4-2. I have to admit that Ibrahim's the first Saudi Arabian that I've met and talked to at a backgammon tournament. A lot of other Arab countries I've met people, of course many from Iran and from Dubai and Jordan, but I haven't met many Saudi Arabian players. I hadn't heard about much. It's nice to see him here, and it'd be nice to hear that backgammon is coming alive in that country. I'm happy when backgammon comes alive in any country. Now I'm slotting the 5 point. I like to unstack here. A little variety, a little fun, good play. It dupes a lot of 4s that are very, very good on the other side of the board. 4-1, 4-3, 5-4. They were all good rolls anyway. So slot and have some fun. And now, because you slotted, you make the 5 point. You have a much better game. Boy, do I like his play. Or he plays a lot like me. Oh, good. You point on him. That's an oh good roll. Ralph virtually stole 2 games from Abraham, where Abraham was well ahead and had to leave a shot. And Ralph hit it. And the key to winning at backgammon is to hit the shots. If I could if I had a magic genie, that's what I'd ask him to give me. Make sure I hit every shot. I'd never lose. This is a little awkward. Not much he can do with that except now bring 1 to the ace and 1 to the 3. That's it. Ralph would like to escape, and he does. But not... Well, the 2 is really ugly if he comes out with the 6. What else are you going to do, though? You can make the bar. Does that duplicate anything? No. There is merit to making the bar. Oh, come out with the 6 and down with the 2. And that dupes the 2s. That's the play. You come out with the 6 and down with the 2. There it is. He found it. And I found it. Took me a minute. Only a 7 or 10 indirect. There's the 2, but it's duplicated, so you can't hit and cover. One is a very nice shake. And the 3. Do you stack? You just don't want to really get into a hitting match when your opponent has 3 interboard points and you have 1. So he plays safe there. I like that. And he would have been hit if he played more valiantly or more loosely or played it bigger, whatever you want to call it. Well, this is one of those times where you think about hitting off the ace with the 5 and come up with the 1. The only other play is 13-8 and 24-23. Again, he's avoiding contact because he has a far worse inner board. This makes the 5 point but leaves a shot. What else does it do? He could just play quietly, bring the 5 around and make the 10 point. This is my play. Perfect roll. He might have to attack here. He may have to attack. If he doesn't attack, what else is he going to do? You got to bring the 4 in and hit. Yep, that's it. Nice roll. He's happy to hit even with the blot. The 1 is forced. That was a big hit, big roll for Abraham. And Ralph missed. He missed a shot. He's human. I think you go out to the bar here. Yeah, he's making room. That's my play. I play you out to the 18. I mean, he could come in on the 3 and hit. Get into a back game if he's hit back. But if you come in on the 3 and hit with the 4, you might see a cube. And then I don't know if you like to take it or not. Looks like he's making that play. I might be doubling here. Ralph thinking. He's thinking. I don't think this would be a bad double. This is a fun double. Nope, he didn't do it. And he's happy he didn't double. 6 to cover and 8 to cover. You got the 6. And the 5 is not pretty. You got a slot. You cannot just play quietly. You have to slot your 5 point. He's looking at another play. And I don't blame him. But I'm slotting the 5. You just have no structure if you break the 8 point here. If you're going to cover, you slot. Oh, no, I really don't like that. That's me. Nice play. God, this guy's good. I really like his style. He never should have slotted that 5 point, though. Game over. Question is, too good or not? I think it's double, and I still think it's a pass. It's a 3-4 untimed game. Any untimed back game is a pass. So I know I'm doubling because I'm not sure it's a take. It could be a take. He's got some timing because of that straggler. It could be a take, but I'm sure of the double because I'm not sure of the take. Yeah, you might be stopped by the fact that you're winning 4-2. That could be a factor. I'm not 100% sure that I'm right here, but I would double. And probably I would take at this score and have huge cube vig. It's a big recube to 4 if you take this cube and if you get a shot. But he might not get a shot. And he might not hit it. And he doesn't have timing. Okay. Ralph plays more conservatively. Rolls a great roll. Makes the bar. I think he's sorry he didn't double now. There's no way this could be a take. So are you too good is the only question you ask when there's no way it could be a take. So he's trying to think of what play could I make where Ralph won't double me. And it ain't going to happen. It's going to be double pass with any roll. Now, you could come out and make him too good to double. He's not. He thinks he's too good right now, I guess. Why was that not a cube? What am I missing? The score? It seemed like a double pass to me. And he did not double. Could he be too good? Is that what he's thinking? Is he thinking that there's no turnarounds? There's no market gainers for Ibrahim? I guess he feels like he might be too good. Is this a shot? 1, 2. No, he can play it safe. 3 and 4. Now, if Ibrahim can get that checker off the 3 point, if he can roll a 4, he's got a real good game. He did, yes. Now he's got a hell of a game. Now it's not even a double. He may have gone from too good to no double. But I would have doubled before. I was never thinking too good in this, and that's this game at this score. I think I would have doubled him out earlier. There's a lot of tricky rolls here, and that's one of them. There's no way not to leave a shot, and it's going to be a double shot. And you can't duplicate anything. One's the only thing you can try to duplicate. You can't duplicate ones. I like the other play. I'll tell you why. If I don't get hit, which is easier for me to bring the rest of the checkers home, and I think it's better if I make the 8 point. But he minimized shots this way. And of course, my play would have been hit, proving Ralph right again. But he survived this one. He's got to not leave repeat shots. Can't be a double. It's such an easy take, especially at this score. There's just a whole bunch of double shots on the next roll. Okay, now Ibrahim's going to have to run with one of those. Probably the front, which is what you usually run with. If you can't, uh-oh, Crash City, population Ibrahim. Now the double makes more sense, because even if you get hit, you're favored to come in right away with 20 numbers. Now I don't know if it's a take. So if I don't know if it's a take, I know I'm doubling. Yep, and Ralph agrees. He's doubling. Let's see what Ibrahim does. I think it's a pass. I think your board being crashed means even if you get the shot and hit it, you don't necessarily win. You get gammon too much. And Ralph could roll lucky something right now and not leave a shot. 4-3, double 4, double 3, double 2. I agree with the cube action there, except I would have doubled earlier if I was Ralph. I would have won my point earlier. Maybe he was too good. It was just unfortunate he rolled those double sixes. Maybe Ralph was right the whole time. Can't wait to look at that one in XG. I've got a lot to learn. I haven't been playing very long. I'm new to this game. I've been playing for about 72 years. And I got a little more work to do to learn the nuances. Okay, here you come up and you make the 4. And you come up because, no, this is wrong. Oh, Ibrahim, maybe because of the score you think that's right? It's almost automatic to come up with the back checkers when your opponent makes the 4 or 5 point or 7 point. Because you need to not be stuck there. You need to put pressure on the outer board too. Maybe because of the score he's playing more down because it's more like gammon go. That could be the logic of it. Or maybe he just doesn't know that play. Don't say maybe I'm wrong. That's another maybe. That could be the case. I'm not wrong about the concept. I know that when you roll double 2s and your opponent's made the 4 point, you come up with 2. That part I do know. I like this play. Fewer shots. Gives him a future game. He does get hit. And the 3 comes up or down. My vote is down. I think up is just too much traffic. Too much air traffic control. That's my play coming down. That's it. Very fine roll. We all know what this does. Out to the bar, and I play to both bars. That's his play also. Make the bar point. That's a great point. You can make the 2 point also, but I think the bar point's far better here. Oh yeah, another checker back. It's more of a solid prime. Making the bar clearly seems to be right to me. Could I say it's thematic? Good play. I come in on the 3 and go to the 4. That's right. I don't think Ibrahim, even at this score, has enough to give the cube. There's too much game left. I like this play by Ralph. He's thinking about anchoring and playing to the 4 point from the 7. I like this play, though. I don't think this is a cube. Too much work to do. You do have some market losers, but I don't think that many. 6-1, double 1, double 3, double 5. Yo, you got some pretty big market losers. Now that I start calling them off, those would not only lose your market, they would lose them big time. Still not quite enough to double, I agree. 5-3 points on him. I think you have to do that. Yep. Now you've got something. And now you pass. He lost his market, so maybe he did have a double, but that's just hindsight of what happened. At the time, I agreed that he should not have doubled. I don't think he missed a double. I think he played it very well. 6 away, 4 away. It's nice to be 4 away because if you get the cube going, a gammon wins you the match exactly. So 4 away is a good place to be. I guess that's a good place to be unless your opponent's 1 away and it's Crawford. It's not that good a place to be then, is it? It's a good place to be leading from. Okay, this can't be a double. It's yes, he's got much better structure. There's only 1 checker back. Even if he makes the 8 point. Oh no, I don't think this is a double. Ralph scoops it. I agree. I don't think this is a double. That's the first decision that Ibrahim made that I really didn't like. Just too aggressive. And Ralph just snapped it up. He agreed with me that he's on the take anyway, but I use what I call reverse Woolsey's law. If somebody gives me a cube that I'm not sure they should double, then I know I'm taking. If you're not sure it's a double, then you can be sure it's a take. This play is certainly reasonable. 2 down would be reasonable also. And you come up with the 3. That's thematic to go to the edge of the prime. And look at this good game that Ralph suddenly has, and he's holding the cube on top of it. That's how much I hated that double. You're not going to see a recube too fast, though. First of all, he can win the match without turning the cube by winning a gammon. So that he's much more likely to be too good to double. And if he does double, he's doubling to 4. His opponent doubles to 8. It's automatic recube. Here you make the bar. Make the bar. There is... Oh, you can make the 4. I'm sorry. I make the 4. It's tough. Make the 4 or the bar. Which is better? Which one is better? This unstacks a little bit more. I think this is more flexible. Yeah, I like this. I like this. This is more flexible. They're both equally dangerous. This is 10s and 8s. Making the bar is actually fewer shots. Yes, making the bar is only 7s. Oh, and 3-6. It's 6-1 and 3-6. It's a lot fewer shots. Woo! Saw the 6. He's still not going to recube. He's going to hang on to this cube. See if he can win an undoubled gammon. I mean, an unredoubled gammon in the match. This is my play. I like this run. It reduces the gammons by quite a bit. What's his take point? If he drops, it's 2 away, 6 away. Probably got about 14%, 12%. Takes some recubes. I'm rolling here. I don't think you double. I think your opponent might just scoop it up and redouble you back. Not only that, Ibrahim isn't totally out of this race. So he's got race and hit equity. So I think it's an easy take. And if he takes it at 4, naturally you give it back at 8. So this is a very, very important decision to play for the match. How often does Brown win this game? Forget about gammons for now. How often will he win this game? I think enough to take. Now, how often will Ralph win a gammon playing on? Not that much. Not that with one checker back and the rest of the checkers around pretty much. He doesn't win too many gammons, so that rules out the too good idea. So you double, just think on the basis of how many games you think you can win, what the winning percentage is. This is very, very complicated, but I'm rolling. I'm not doubling. A lot of math comes into these kinds of decisions. This is where you do have some complicated math, knowing the match equities and so on. Well, Ralph agreed with me, made a gorgeous roll. Just a really beauty of a roll. Now he can play on comfortably without any pressure. Not a whole lot that Ibrahim can do in this situation. Make an innerboard point or just bring some checkers down. It all hinges on whether Ralph can make the 6 prime and how strong he can keep it. I don't think you make the 3 point here. Why expose yourself to a 6-1? And Ralph agrees. There's no point in throwing it away with it, giving your opponent a joker. You don't need it. You don't need to play it that big. Ooh, you might come out here and run. Yes. Yes. Now Ralph has 20 numbers, and if he misses, it's a race, but at least he has no gammons. But White is winning the race, so can he double here? Can he double is the question. So if he misses, he's winning the race. If he hits, he's guaranteed the race, but he could give his opponent. Well, let's start with Wolsey's Law. The first question is, would you take? And since you're not sure, you give the cube. I like this cube. He's happy if he hits, and he's happy if he doesn't. You know what? I'm passing. I like this cube, and I would pass. I think the taking it at 4 and shooting it to 8, how often are you going to win this game? I don't think you're going to win it enough. I think it's got to be around 12%. The other thing is, do you want to get hit? I almost want to get hit because the race isn't good enough. I think it's a pass. 2 away, 6 away is not unsurmountable at all. Give it up. But take your time. I like what you're doing. I like this guy's game. Okay, Mr. Abdullah, you are in logistics, and this is a logistics problem. Where are you going to place that checker? I'm clearly passing this one. I like this play coming out, by the way. Okay, I agree with that cube action completely.
In the next 3 minutes. Yeah.
Change the scoreboard 7-3. They're taking a break. And I'm going to make sure the scoreboard gets changed so that nobody forgets. They didn't change the scoreboard.
The last one first. البيت كان اكثر فوق ال 20 ايوه يلا ابراهيم God bless you.
Tell them you're a close friend of mine and you would like to take a tour. And they'll set it up for you.
Correct.
So while we have this break, I want to tell you how excited I am about this cruise that I'm doing with Lynn Ehrlich and Perry and Remy. February 15th out of Fort Lauderdale, 7 nights, lots of backgammon, and you can play a little backgammon if you want and bring friends who don't play backgammon and have a really nice time on the cruise. The link is to the website is on my Facebook page, or you can email me at phil@simb.org, SIMB.org. It should be really, really fun. We're going to play Swiss tournaments. We'll have a whole bunch of fun short side events, so you can pop in for 2 or 3 hours and play, or 1 hour if you want, and go back to the pool. And it's a beautiful ship going throughout the Caribbean. Okay, back to the match. 2 away, 6 away. Again, you're not going to see the 2-away player double too quickly, because if he does, it's an automatic take and redouble for the match. And you should see the trailer. You should see Ibrahim a little bit faster to cube than normal, because losing 1 point's pretty bad anyway, so you may as well put it on 2, because the upside of winning 2 or 4 is much greater. And when you give a cube at this score, you never worry about getting a recube. It's a dead cube. So Ibrahim should be a little bit more trigger happy, especially if there's some gammons involved. And conversely, when Ralph sees a tough cube, he should be more likely to pass, which is another reason to give the cube. Ibrahim needs to get some good rolls here, and that's decent. I think he's got to hit, in spite of the fact that he's outboarded. I guess you could just play very quietly. You could play without hitting. But I think at this score, I want to play more aggressively. I like his play. There's nothing wrong with this play either. You're outboarded. Hitting is a little bit scary. Yeah, this play's probably right. I would have been tempted to hit. Make play really big. And it would have worked. I should have hit. Nine is not the number you want. I think you have to, the 4 comes down, you have to decide if you're going to come out with the free 5 or down. I think you got to come out. You have fewer shots that way. You don't want to get hit inside and pointed on, game over. I think it's 5 out and 4 down. And the 4 I would bring down. You're certainly not going to play loose inside, so if you're making this 5, you have to come off the 13. This is my play. Oh, big roll for Ralph. He hits both checkers. Oh, my goodness. He could make an inside point, but I think hitting both checkers is so gammonish that he could win the whole match with a gammon. I'm hitting that second checker without hesitating. There certainly is merit to making the 4 point. If it was easy, he'd have done it already, so I can see the problem. But I would hit the second checker. That is a super joker. It could be a match ender, because Ralph could win a gammon without the cube here and win the whole match. All right, that's my play. Now you go all out blitz for the gammon. All out blitz for the gammon and the match. Maximum builders, the 2 down and split to the 7. No. Is he afraid of jokers? I guess so. I would have brought the 2 down and split 8-7. He's afraid of double 4s. He figures he's got enough builders. Okay. Let's find out if he does have enough builders. No, he didn't. See, if he'd split to the 7, he'd be making the 5 point now. I told you so. I told you so. He'd have made the 5 point on his head if he'd played a little bit bigger there, not worried about the joker. Sometimes you must worry about the joker. Other times you got to say, you ain't going to roll it. There is merit to making the 4 point instead of the 5 point. You look and see how many builders you have left for the point that you didn't make. But generally speaking, you'd rather make the higher point. case he gets lucky with doubles. You'd rather have him get lucky with double fours than double fives. And you got a full cadre of builders there. So barring an accident, looks like Ralph could easily win the gammon for the match here. All right, now he gives him the double fours. Why didn't you do it before, Ralph? If you're going to give him double fours now, why didn't you do it before? When it would have worked, it would have closed the board. Or made the 5-point on his head. I switch. I think you switch. Yes. You switch because you got the gammon probably anyway. You don't have to worry about clearing the 6-point now. I love this play. So many people don't see that switch. So all you care about is making sure you don't leave a shot with high doubles. And that means you move off the 5-point here. And you play off the 5. 5-3. Yep, he does. Okay. We're in sync, Mr. Ralph. We are in sync. Ooh, you can pick and pass, and you have to. Okay. Everything plays. Pick and pass is clearly right. Oh, Ralph is proving what I said at the very beginning. This guy knows how to win. He's one of the winningest players in the history of backgammon, in my opinion. His win-loss record, I would put up against just about anybody. He hasn't won yet. I'm talking like he's going to win, aren't I? Anybody want to make some bets on this? I'm not sure about hitting that checker there. I think he had the gammon anyway, and he gives his opponent more chances to get shots. But maybe the gammon isn't assured. Maybe you have to do that hit. I would have thought about not hitting. But I have to tell you, this is the first Saudi Arabian player I've really watched, and I'm impressed. He played a hell of a good match. Clear from the rear, baby. 4-2. If he rolls a 6 or a 5, you can't leave a shot anyway. You're more likely to clear and leave fewer shots this way. This is the right play. You know why it's the right play? Because I said so. All right, it's all over but the crying. Again, I'm very impressed with Ibrahim's game. I only saw one play that I really, really didn't like where, oh, that was a double 2 in the second row where he didn't know to come up or didn't come up against after your opponent made the 4-point. There was another play I wasn't wild about. And of course, there were 2 or 3 plays that Ralph made that I didn't agree with, but both of those I would bet on Ralph. Now I have to tell you, Abdullah is still in the fight. Ralph has got to be one of the favorites that's left in this. Michi, if he wins in this round, would also have the same 6-1 record if he wins. Very fine match played by both gentlemen. Very impressed with both of them. I wish them both a lot of luck going forward. I'm sure we're going to see them both a lot more. Thank you for watching. We'll be back at 9 o'clock after dinner break. And hit the like button. Text me if you're interested in the cruise, phil@sim.org. Text me if you're interested in something else. Text me. I'm a lonely person. Text me if you have, or email me if you have comments or questions or suggestions about the streaming. And I want to thank Bill and Tara for the great work they did in putting the streaming together. Let's not forget we've got Arta running this tournament, the premier tournament director of the world. And signing off until 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay.